Hello! Hello to Chrono. Hello to Action Production. Welcome in. Sorry for the late start. I was actually making tea and I was in our good friend Soren's channel. Let me give him a shout out to like two people. The two people who are in chat. And, you know, he was just talking about recently how, like, things have been pretty crazy in the AI world, deepfake world. You know, and just, I guess he's, like, watched a whole bunch of different, like, takes about it and read, like, different people's opinions, and I feel like he has, like, a really well-balanced take, so I don't know. And then, of course, things like that just make me angry. So, because I thought it would start in 10 on my side. No worries, Action. I did start just a little bit later than usual. About, I think, like 2 minutes late. But I'm here. I'm ready for some action production. Hello, Show. Show was also over in Soren's channel. Because, you know, we just hang out there. But yeah, just, it's just been crazy on the internet, right? With all the, like, first AI art and then, like, all of this, like, technology that can copy people's voices, you know, copy their likeness. And it's really funny, actually. Oops, sorry, I hit my microphone. It's really funny, actually. I had this conversation with Ever and our friend Miku when we went to KBBQ this weekend. We were talking about it, and me and Ever were like, oh yeah, like that deepfake porn, right? And my friend Miku goes, no, I was talking about ramifications in politics and government. And me and Ever just turned to each other and laughed, because, like, obviously we are on Twitter a lot more than our friend Miku. And on Twitter, it's really been all about, you know, like, that guy streamer who, like, accidentally showed that he, like, paid for porn of his, like, streamer friends and, you know, just all that stuff. And so technology and its capabilities are insane, but the human race is just not able to be trustworthy with it. Yeah, like, okay, so I don't know if this is a hot take. AI art, I think, is amazing. I think it's a great tool. It's really cool. But the fact that, like, it scrapes databases and takes images without the, like, creator's consent, that's the big issue, right? Like, yes, you can train your AI art program or generator with images that you yourself own. And if that's what you're doing, there is nothing wrong, like, ethically with that. But if you are stealing people's art and, like, guys, you are not entitled to art. Art is not art is not something that you are obligated to have. It is not necessary to survive. Art is a luxury. Art is a privilege, right? And, like, because of technology, because of the internet, we are more connected than ever with each other. We have very easy access to amazing art, but these tech bros just really had to, like, ruin everything, you know, by claiming this art that they had no right to and training their program on art that is, like, people's livelihoods. So I think AI art is really cool, but it's the fact that they're using images that don't belong to them to train the program. Fair take, my artist cousin himself uses AI to help him with completion of his works because it can finish pieces faster. But he's okay with it because it's copying his own art style and not others. Yeah, like, as long as it's, you know, like, images that are public use, you know, what was it? Like are used for commercial purposes and you have permission. And I wouldn't say just like a, like, maybe gray area permission. I would say you definitely need explicit permission then yeah, totally okay to use it, you know, but but if you know you're just stealing pictures that you think look cool and then feeding it into this program to spit out cool art, like you're not creating art. Like, let's be real, you're putting words into you know, kind of, what is it, shape what you want. And like, I've seen some of these threads of people saying like, I can't make this look good, and it's like, yeah, it's because you're trying to manipulate the art with words. Like, why don't you fucking stop being lazy and learn how to draw? Like, yeah, anyways, okay, sorry for the maybe not so hot take, because I feel like a lot of people agree with it. Like, it's cool technology. It's just that, you know, we need to find an ethical way to use it. Feel so bad for the digital artists sharing their work, and then they get comments saying, what prompts did you use? Yeah, it's like, none. It fucking came from my brain. Are you fucking stupid? Like, I refuse to look at AI art. I don't want to be associated with AI art. Like, when it first came out, I was like, cool. And then I was like, what are the implications that this has on the people around me, my friends? And what is the implication for, you know, like the wider art community? Like, I try not to be super like knee-jerk with new things, and I'm glad that I have friends around me that are really smart and have, you know, they have critical thinking skills, and they have that niche knowledge that they share with me. And it's like, okay, let's, you know, I want to learn more about this. Not that I want them to contribute emotional labor to like teaching me, but it's like, if they're willing to and able to, then yeah, sure, I'm, you know, going to ask them and talk to them about it. But it's not like I'm going to them to be like, hey, teach me, you know, like, of course I'm going to do my own research and stuff, but it's just hearing from them and like learning from them about that stuff is like crucial to like getting a full picture, you know? Anyways, sorry for getting on the soapbox. Let's practice some French today. Did I update the title, by the way? I did. Okay, we're good. Le oui oui, oui oui, omelette du fromage. I keep forgetting this part. Yes, we are studying French, so let's get this started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Je bois plus something café parce que je suis plus fatiguée. Plus de café, plus fatiguée que toi. I think this is right. I love your go-to French phrase is omelette du fromage. I think it's everybody's like go-to French phrase in my generation. Right?
Le chien est dehors.
Dehors.
Dehors. Adore.
Nope.
Dehors.
That's one.
Il va faire froid toute la journée.
Il va faire froid toute la journée. It's your favorite word, froid. Il va faire froid. It's il va faire froid. It's cold, or it's going to be cold all day. That is probably true. Froid.
Nous avons très faim.
Nous avons très faim.
Faim.
Faim. Hello, LJ. Welcome in. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Why didn't my shout out bot do its thing? Hold on. I guess I didn't connect it. All right, it's connected. You will get your shout out. How are you doing, LJ? Hey guys, what are you eating for dinner? Today, I made some meatloaf. It's still in the oven, but it'll be out soon. Uh-oh. I had a pimple on my chin. Sorry. I was just scratching at it. I have a really bad habit of picking at my face sometimes. I try not to do it often, but it's just a bad habit. It's like right under my chin. I was like, I thought I felt something. Anyways, I made
Très.
I made some meatloaf and it'll be ready soon. I'm very excited. But what are you guys having for dinner?
Comment vous vous sentez?
Comment vous sentez? Santé? Nice. How do you feel? Oh, songs. Okay. I see. Are you thirsty? To
Tu
a
es
soif? A soif? Why is it a soif? Fine. Je suis content qu'avant. Je suis moins content. I'm less happy than before. You'll get scars. I know it's bad and picking will make it worse, but old habits die hard. I know it's really hard. Try not to. I had chicken and rice for dinner. Is it like the Hainan chicken and rice, or is it just like pan-fried chicken and rice? Hainan chicken and rice is so good. Duo, where are your art? What? I'm sorry. What kind of question is this? Duo.
Duo.
Ooh.
Où?
Wait. Tes bras sont
Sont.
où? Où sont tes bras? Oh. Où sont tes bras? I see. That's okay. We'll still love you when you're old and scarred.
J'ai vraiment froid aujourd'hui. Je
Thanks.
n'aime pas la neige. Je préfère le soleil et l'été. J'aime avoir chaud.
Oh shit, I wasn't listening. Hold on. Barbecue chicken. Ooh, yum. Duo has wings. Oh yeah. I guess if he has wings, then you'd be like, where are your arms? Hold on.
J'ai vraiment froid aujourd'hui. Je n'aime pas la neige. Je préfère le soleil et l'été. J'aime avoir chaud.
Elle n'aime pas avoir froid. She doesn't like the cold. Thinking about trying the new Indomie noodles, and it's a spicy flavor. Oh my god. When I was young and like at recess and stuff, if you had the, I don't know if it's Indomie, it was the Silver Mama noodle packet. If you had that and you brought it to recess, and you know how like you can crunch it up raw and like pour the seasoning packet over it, if you had that during recess, you were popular. Lots of kids would hang out with you because they wanted to snack on your mama snacking noodles, okay? I also really love Indomie in general. It's like my mom would buy it and we would just make it with like a fried egg. And I don't know, just dry noodles are really good. Something about a dry noodle. So tasty. I am taller than you. Je suis
Suis.
plus
Plus.
grand
Grand.
que toi.
Toi.
Only the original, so I'm excited to try this one out. You should definitely let us know how it is.
Quel temps fait-il aujourd'hui?
Quel temps fait-il aujourd'hui? What is the weather today?
Aujourd'hui, c'est le 14 juillet. En juillet et août, c'est l'été. Antoine adore l'été. C'est les vacances et il fait très chaud.
Aujourd'hui, c'est le 14 juillet. En juillet et août, c'est l'été. Juillet et août, l'été. Is that summer?
Été.
It is, okay. C'est l'été. Antoine adore l'été. C'est les vacances et il fait très chaud. Aujourd'hui, Antoine est en vacances. Nice, he's on vacation.
Il va faire beau toute la journée.
Il va faire beau toute la journée. It's going to be nice out all day. Audrey has a quarter of Juliet.
Il fait trop froid aujourd'hui. Paul ne veut pas sortir. Il fait souvent froid au mois de mars. Il préfère le mois de mai.
Il fait trop froid aujourd'hui. Paul ne veut pas sortir. Il fait souvent froid au mois de mars. Il préfère le mois de mai. Pourquoi Paul ne veut pas sortir? Il fait froid. The fair boat toots about journals.
Sors avec tes amis.
Sors
Sors avec tes amis.
avec tes amis. Sors avec tes amis. I see. Sure. Go out with your friends. I see. Are you thirsty? Tu as soif?
Sors avec tes amis.
Sors avec tes amis. Sores, also known as Sorens. Ba-bam. We're done. All right. One second. I think I need to check on that meatloaf. Let me just switch over here. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna put my BRB screen on, and then when I come back, we can probably start the game. Okay? So give me just like a minute to check on it, and I will BRB. Okay, you guys, sorry about that. I'm just gonna let it cool down now. Thank you for the reminder. Great Ace Attorney. All right. Is there a meatloaf category? No, making some meatloaf and made a slice for myself. It's hot though, so why are people messaging me right now? Hold on. I need to check this because it is my cousin. And I'm in her bridal party for her wedding in a couple of months, so... I see, okay. Alright, they're just introducing themselves. All of the bridesmaids are like, this is my name, and this is how I know my cousin, blah blah blah. Anyways, okay. I'm gonna go to here and let me turn the music off here. Turn it on here. Alright, what are we looking at? We are... Okay, cool. This needs to be moved there. This can get closed. All right, let's start this. So I believe we are on the next chapter. Continue. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Case number 3. Please don't have us be arrested out of nowhere again. It's very tiring. Episode 2 really angered me. Ryunosuke, my love, we have returned.
Glancing over my records
It's
of the
true.
late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night.
I like the
Though
cursive.
the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
Oh. Hello, Inside Out. Welcome in.
Mr. Herlock Sholmes once said of the incident,
How are you?
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
More Herlock. Love it. Oh my god, it looks like a Ghibli kind of cartoon cutscene.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building.
She also has a British accent. It's very weird.
Steam locomotives.
Is it too low? Turn it up.
This country is incredible.
That should be better, right? Anime, I mean, but it's a very, like, stylized anime, right?
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
Yes.
In that case,
This
This Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
is supposed to be like the 1900s. Is it too loud, or is this like a good volume for the game?
You're, visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
I've turned like all of my sound settings.
Well then,
Like,
hope
I
you
changed the
enjoy your
settings,
stay.
so I'm a little bit like, I don't know if it's good or not.
And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
London. It's good. It's a good volume. Hello, Bishop. How are you? Welcome in. Hello, hello. Ooh, look at this. Is this the court? British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. The buildings aren't that big in London. I have never been, so I don't know. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Hello, Eurist. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Good evening. How are you doing? Bishop says he's doing well. Good. Been procrastinating phone calls, but other than that, things are going well. That's good. We didn't get arrested this time. It's too soon to tell, Action. It's too soon to tell. All right. Let me double check. They were acting like there are skyscrapers in London back then. I mean, it could be. What if there was? You don't. Are you sure there wasn't? What an incredible place! It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. I mean, the Supreme Court isn't in a giant clock tower. You know, artistic liberties, right? Not arrested yet. Not very bad to the bone. Bad to the bone. Anime London had skyscrapers. Yes. Traditional British kimono. you know, you joke, but there are actually like visiting British people would wear kimono when they visited Japan. So there was also a style in, I believe it was the 1920s. I think the designer's name was like Paul Poiret or something. Paul Poiret. A French designer who took like the cut of the kimono and made it like very like haute couture, high fashion. Paul Blart. Mall cop. When the post office tower was built, it was the biggest structure in London until 1980. Gotcha. I don't know my history that well. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A few days ago, actually not sure I said this, I decided to go back to Xenoblade 3 just so I can beat it and made a list of quests. Oh yes, you did mention you made kind of like a checklist of quests. How is it so far? I just happen to know a fair bit about the London skyline. Gotcha. Have you been to London, LJ? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. He notices the cogs right away. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message as an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. So far so good, but I haven't looked up the guide too much to find where each quest for each chapter would be in. But hey, it's a start. Gotcha. Wait, hold on. Am I usually on the left side or am I on the right side? I feel like on the left side I'm blocking some text. I think this is better. Alright, when I play Ace Attorney, I should be on the right side of the screen. Alright, that's all good. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. Not the wrong, I mean the right. I see, action, I see. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning, sorry for keeping you. Who is this man? Oh. Why does this man look so threatening? I was gonna say left, but decided to do this instead. I see. Oh. Wait, hold on. Should I try to do a very bad British accent? How would I even do this in a British accent? He looks like Edgeworth's worst stepfather. He is staring straight into your soul. You think it wouldn't matter what side you were on since the text box is symmetrical, but whatever works. I feel like because it's left justified and the right side doesn't matter. Oh, hi Chrono. Are you saying don't do it by throwing stuff at me? LJ says do it. Believe in yourself. How would I even say this in a British accent? Hold on. I trust you are too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Nope, I don't know if that sounded British at all. I don't think the text is justified. It's left justified, but not right justified. It did not. Okay. When in doubt, it did not. Okay. Let's need to understand what justified means. I'm saying left justified. It's a thing. There's a left justified and a right justified. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. Saying the text is not justified. It is. It's left justified. So, introduction. Like, look, the text on the left side aligns, like, perfectly. And the right side doesn't matter, so it's left justified. I'm gonna look this up because I'm absolutely certain I'm correct. Each line begins at the same distance from the left-hand edge of the page or column. It is left justified. I fucking know. I had to write so many papers in college. I fucking know. Don't argue with me on this. People tend to use left align more. No, I fucking know. I know that I'm correct on that. No, look it up. LJ, look it up. Google the definition of left justified. This text is left justified. I'm not wrong. So, introductions. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Ugh, and I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. Let's talk. No, LJ. Left justified just aligns the left side. If I said the text was justified, then it would be left and right, but you are completely incorrect. I said left justified. Can't tell me he's not a villain. He looks like a villain. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage all the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. Hello, Tropical Ooga Booga. Welcome in. If you excuse me, I'm going to make this Indomie spicy flavored noodles now as I chat. No worries. Let us know how it tastes, action. Hello, Tropical. Welcome in. Thank you for the boop. Hello, hello. I hope you're having a good morning? Late night, early morning? I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes, astounded is the word. You don't understand the meaning of the word justified? I think you need to Google the definition of the word left justified together. Those two words together, LJ. If the text is not justified, why would you call it justified? Because justified means both the left and the right lines of text are aligned to the correct column. However, only left justified text aligns the left side and does not account for the text on the right side. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. You know, you're not gonna change my mind, LJ. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. Thank you for the head pat, Tropical. I appreciate it. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madame? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo. This is it then. The moment of truth. I wonder if he's gonna have to prove himself. Is she in here? Hello, Martine. She's not here, at least to my knowledge, but maybe she's lurking. Hello, Martine. How are you? Welcome in. Good evening. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. I'm good. Summon her. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Eagerly awaiting Wild Hearts in a few days. What's Wild Hearts? Is that a new game? Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least that is what I've been led to understand. It's a game in the same genre as Monster Hunter. Ooh, sounds like Wild Arms. I have a friend whose nickname was Wild Arms when he was a kid, so every time I see that, it just makes me laugh. Well, I hope that when it comes out, you have fun with it, Martine. Great Britain, I live there. Yes, tropical, you do. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo. I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's actually, there's no one. It's me! Two our genres are JRPGs and monster hunting. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but it's me. Hi, I'm the problem, it's me. At tea time, everybody agrees. If you have EA Play or Game Pass, there's a 10-hour trial coming on the 13th. Ooh. Well, you heard it here first, folks, from Martine. If you want to check out Wild Hearts, I almost said Wild Arms. If you want to check out Wild Hearts and you have an EA Play or Game Pass, you could have a trial coming to a city near you. No, to a console near you. The UK is the country with the longest name in the world. Is it United Kingdom? I wish Ever was here. I wish Ever was here too. Summon her and see if it works. Wild Arms 1 and 3 are on PS Plus. I see. I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I just need someone to comfort me. There is no one, because I know I'm correct. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. Ever is my greatest treasure, and also, I still want to turn her little bird body into chicken nuggets and eat her. Thanks, Martine. I'll try. Maybe she'll have the JR pass. That's hilarious. The full name is United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Wow, that is a very long name. No, I know I'm correct because there are newspaper articles that are sometimes not right justified as well. So there is such a thing as left or right justified. Like, fucking look, here, I even found an example because you're making me really angry. Here, look at this. There is a difference. I don't know if I can zoom in, but like... Can I zoom in? I'm scared now. Let's see if I can just snip. I went to school for this? Well, you didn't pay attention in school then, because clearly... How do I zoom into this? Enhance. Why does it keep wanting me to sign in? I don't... Open image in new tab. There. Like, if you look, this is justified, left and right side. Okay? This article, sorry, you can't see it because it's too big. On this side here, this article is left and right justified, which is just justified. This here is left justified because the right side is not aligned to the right column. I don't understand, it couldn't be more clear. Like, I'm sorry, but this is one of the times where you're just not correct. Left justified is a thing where it's just the left side. No fighting! It's not me, I'm clearly correct. And if you look up the definition of left justified, you'll see on Google it says when the text is aligned on the left side. I'm very clearly not saying one word, justified. I'm saying left justified. Indomie spicy noodle flavor tastes just like the regular version with a funky taste. Wait, what do you mean by funky taste? I've never had any other flavor of Indomie, so usually it's just the regular. Princess Stubborn? No, it is not. Left justified is a word that is used to describe this same scenario. Fucking Google it. Google it, because it's there. I Googled it. It's there. It's in the Collins English Dictionary website. Like, it's right there. I don't know what to tell you. It's there. Left, justify. Left, justified, left, justifying. If print text is left justified, each line begins at the same distance from the left-hand edge of the page or column. Like, it's clearly there. Talking about justified politics, I am not. I am just trying to tell LJ that it is a thing because it's there online. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. Came back and we're still arguing about this? Well, clearly LJ thinks they're correct, like, and clearly the internet says otherwise. Not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time. But I can't go back to Japan. Sorry, I just can't go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey has only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself. But I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes, any test you care to set to me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for, please. Hmm, 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? Martine says, my cat is bullying me. I stop rubbing his head and starts pushing my hand, making it hard to press half the keyboard. You know, Martine, Hermes does that to me. When I'm like petting him and then I put my hand down on my lap, his like head will nudge my hand and be like, why'd you stop petting? Please keep petting me. These noodles, due to the fact that sauce is not mixed well, sauce is really good. Gotcha. Princess, I saw that you played It Takes Two, so I immediately watched the VOD to see the cutie, the elephant part. No, it was so sad. It broke my heart. Why would you rewatch that part specifically? It was not good at all. It was so bad. It was so traumatic. You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things, or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you'll pass or fail, it is entirely down to you. I forgot you streamed It Takes Two. They hurt their daughter without knowing. It's so sad when the daughter, like, fucking packs up to leave because she's like, Mom and Dad are fighting because of me. Didn't even matter what they did to the elephant. It's true. They fully knew at that point. They just didn't care. Also true. Really? Test. Sorry, my food has cooled down, so I'm also eating as I'm streaming now. So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. What do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Defending people, so he knows saying getting people off is not an appropriate description to use, but still let his friend use it anyway. Show! Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, at least we're not being arrested for a third time. Very true. Getting people off is fine. It is not fine, Grono! Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. Murder? A mix of Phoenix and May. You know, maybe, actually, yeah. An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-base introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. It's supposed to be Phoenix's ancestor, so that makes sense. It does. That's fucked up. It kind of is. But, you know, if they're confident in their ability to be a lawyer, you know, that's a good test. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? I wish I could command that sort of confidence. It's okay, because I'm in charge and I said so. Hello, Jay. Welcome. How are you? Hello, hello. What are you up to tonight? I am eating dinner as we are streaming this game. I'll do it! Alright then, if I have to give you a oh sorry, wrong voice. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, well, I can't do it, I can't get the words out. Phoenix game is pretty good at League. I'm gonna be hanging out with some friends soon. Ooh, I hope you have fun hanging out with your friends. Are you, like, wait, hanging out online? Or are you going out and having fun? Because that's also a thing. Of course, anytime. Maybe next time I make Indomie noodle, I should add some of the cooked water just so the sauce can mix well easier. True. That's what I do when I make dry noodles, is just use a little bit of the noodle water to like make the sauce mix more smoothly. Online, I'm all socialed out for the day otherwise. Gotcha. Well, I hope you have fun. Why isn't this clicking? What is happening? Why isn't my controller working? Hold on. Oop. Okay, let's just save. Okay, there it goes. 15 seconds. Drain the noodles, add the sauce to a pan, mix it real well, let it sit there till the bottom crisps up. Ooh, that sounds delicious too. I don't like crispy noodles too much though, unless they're like deep fried crispy, then that's fine. But yeah. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have no noble intentions but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. You fool! You messed up! Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? Such a dramatic shoe gesture. That's what I heard with Korean fire noodle dish one time. Some of it stuck to the pot on the bottom. Well, that's when you add like a little bit of oil, right? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? Just learn on the job. How hard could it be? How hard could it be? Same brain. It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madame? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. What to do? Miss Susato, can I just ask you something? Careful, from this position I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Okay, so we need to move. Defendant's antechamber. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. Did I hear a nom? You did. Sorry, I am nomming on some meatloaf and mashed potatoes because it's now had time to cool down. It was very hot when I plated it. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Nom 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 nom. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes. Whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. Oh, is that him? What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces from the east, are yous? We're from Japan. Yes. We can do this, Ryunosuke. When in doubt, object everything! Japan is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand! He kind of looked like Willy Wonka. You know, he does, actually. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Oh, that hit me right in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it yet. No strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blusterin' blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry? A park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? in central London.
A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people.
That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary.
But now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you?
All right, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Yes, thank you for the toy bone. Good idea. Definitely take the money though. Like for sure, take the money. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best.
What was I after saying, you dafty jit? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I?
Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you.
Oh, I think I see what's going on here.
Sorry? Fun fact, in the fan translation, McGilded was called Megundol. And he didn't have an Irish accent, which makes me think they made him Irish just in the localization. Oh, I see. He does kind of have an Irish accent when his text is written out. That's kind of funny.
I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it, that's the only explanation. Well,
are we supposed to do not at all? Not affiliated with the double arches. Oh no, I waited too long for that bite and now my food got cold. Hold on. Let me just finish like the last couple of bites of my dinner. Because I can feel it is like, it was really hot and now it's like rapidly losing warmth. It's cooling very quickly. The meatloaf I made though is so good. I made it with some powdered gelatin in the mixture because the recipe said it makes it a lot like more moist. It is very tasty. Good recipe. Serious Eats never does me wrong. Okay. Sorry, my food is done. Just needed to set that to the side. But is there gravy? No, I made like a ketchup glaze. There was mashed potatoes on the side, but those were seasoned to not need gravy. Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm ready. I'm back. Not at all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean.
That would be the fault of the Reaper.
Sorry, did he just say Reaper?
I, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Beric von Zeeks, he's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Oh, we have another Edgeworth, you guys. Edgeworth incoming. Perfect win streak. What? So, it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. The last time I ate mashed potatoes, I ruined them for myself because they tasted just like sour cream and onion chips. And I imagined actual potato chips being rehydrated into mashed potatoes like some people have done on TikTok. You know, sounds kind of weird and gross, but I'd try it at least once. I was about to say, sour cream and onion chips are really tasty, but maybe it's the thought of eating rehydrated chips, which is like not super pleasant. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Beric von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Yeah, they were super tasty. Sour cream and onion chips are my favorite. It was just the idea that got into my head and ruined it. Did you make it for like Thanksgiving or Christmas or something? Because I feel like those holidays, you make a lot of mashed potatoes. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I made up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I've decided I'd have to defend meself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. My mom made them for Chinese New Year, actually. Oh, got it. Have you guys tried the sour cream and onion Ritz crackers? I have not. I haven't eaten Ritz crackers in so long. Yeah, I only have original Ritz. Dude literally defended himself in the first case. It's true, you know. We did have our friend who offered, but we didn't want him to take the fall for it. So, literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. This looks very intense. The Old Bailey courtroom. Rip to the big homie. Sad. My best friend. Oh, interesting. There's a lot of them on the stand. Is that like the jury or something? Or witnesses?
So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan.
It feels both imposing and serene at the same time.
The atmosphere almost makes words redundant.
Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes, what?
Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again.
I know, but I just can't help it. Excuse me? Can we go back to the prosecutor, please? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. What voice do I give for this guy? Prosecutor? Prison's got a type? I mean, show. We know that I like Jump King, which is a very punishing game. And what are prosecutors if not to punish? I'm not saying I'm a bad guy or anything. He looks like a Castlevania protag. The prosecution is fully prepared. Where are you going with this? Just saying. I just like authoritative figures that might punish me. Show I'm not reading out your message. Show I'm not reading out your message. Something about Princess being an M. But also show yes. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Sorry. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Did this motherfucker just go? Do you speak English to me? And Princess claims to be Say-So. I am, you guys, I promise I'm Say-So. Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, Princess, you need to hydrate, you thirsty motherfucker. Thank you for the hydrate show. I'm drinking lots of water right now. I didn't say anything. You said it, show. I maybe just led you to that correct conclusion. Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. I don't think that's correct. I wonder how Red Princess is right now. Very red. Hold on. My cheeks are quite hot. It's like quite startlingly hot. You can put me away for life any day, right? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded.
Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
As I've always said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud.
Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day?
Mother, please maybe go play in the something. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded.
That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words.
Is that supposed to be your Irish accent?
No, I'm not actively trying to do an Irish accent. I promise. Like Inside Out said, I promise this is not an attempt. I'm just reading it with a voice. I promise.
I'm just reading the words. Go Cowabunga, princess. Hello, Cowabunga time. How are you? Good evening.
I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Well, you have to look at the case first. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. How are you doing, Time? Good evening. What are you up to tonight? Now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Man, that guy was a fucking mood. I feel a chill. Time was awesome in playing Elden Ring. Ooh, how was Elden Ring? Love the guy that brought a fucking knife to jury duty. So we got a right hand, a maid, a knife trickster, a grandma typer, a drinker, and an old lady sitting, knitting. I know, right? This is all very funny. Is that Link's grandma from Wind Waker? Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, these people are... The jury, yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes a sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. Common sense. What is with the jurors here just goes to show Ace Attorney has full creativity. Very true. Elden Ring is good. I've never played Elden Ring. Is it supposed to be like... It's supposed to be hard, right? It's like a really hard game. Actually, from what I remember, Knife Juror is the best one. Wait, is it the same jury for the whole game?
So the defendant is ultimately judged from two completely different viewpoints.
But how exactly do the jurors give their final verdict?
That I don't know, but
No, they changed, but you do get some repeats. Ah, I see. Okay. Okay.
I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses.
Yes! Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord, it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? Mysterious, he's been gone for 5 years and now he's back. Right hand part was assuming you'd be called right hand when someone said lord. Oh, yeah, no worries. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know where my brain is going. Great bone structure for a prosecutor, right? So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback?
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice Fired Mason. It cannot be safe to just have that much open flame. You never know. I mean, apparently they've done this for hundreds of years or whatever.
Time says night-night. Good night time. Thank you for stopping by to say hello and letting us know what you were up to tonight. Let me give you a tuck time. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. I really appreciate you coming by. I hope you have a good sleep. And if you are playing some more Elden Ring, I hope you enjoy before bed. Good night time. Bye.
Sorry, Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. Photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. Is that gonna be something important, that his face is obscured? And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord, seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There is a blood stain on the right glove, so... I feel like the picture, and this is just a theory, but because he slumped over on like his left side, viewer's right side, right? Wouldn't it be kind of difficult to stab someone on the right? Or I guess maybe if you're swinging, yes, but if you're stabbing, no, because it's easier to do that. Unless the defendant is left-handed. Okay, anyway, sorry. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. Guys, he just has like the prettiest green eyes. Is everyone else looking at his pretty green eyes like I am? Anyways, okay. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course I have... Oh, sorry.
Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing.
Mr. McGilded!
To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord, Lilton, so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleedin' from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Ding, ding. Oops, sorry, hit the microphone. Ding, ding, ding. Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Why is he so dramatic? I love it. Look at this cast of goofy characters. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. I'm sorry. Lady First. He's dramatic because he's a prosecutor. Okay. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time, Van looks like a Castlevania character. He does. And he looks very handsome indeed. Hello, Slumnico. How are you? Thank you so much for coming into my stream. I know we raided you a while back, but it's nice to see you in chat. Hello, hello. Very handsome. I know. Yeah, same, actually. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. I'm not repeating that show. Been meaning to pop in when I had the time. How's Ace Attorney? She won't say it, but I'll say it for her. Ace Attorney has been really good. Very, very fun. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. If only Van Zeeks would say lady first. It's always ladies first, guys. Always. Remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too. M'ladies? Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. Weren't they the only two customers in there too? Unless this is a stupid thing like, wow, they were in a bus, okay, little Japanese man, and apparently you don't have buses in Japan. How quaint. I'd read that civilization. Oh, yep, that's what it is. In the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own, but you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. First impressions are everything, and we've made everyone think we're stupid! No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved after all. Presumably you understand that much? Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here, today. In this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Wow. Okay. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight? Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Ugh, that makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime. Passengers were both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with the proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! It was the last bus of the evening. Oh, I'm just gonna press everything. I've already read this.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was some time after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. However so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. Okay, we just have to check the witnesses every time. And you had 4 passengers on board at that time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. Hold on 1 second, I need to cough. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Press this. And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. But only for the person who sits at the back, because if they sit in front, they can't see anything. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. Ugh, I really wish there was. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little... My lord. Juror number 3. What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up. Oh, my mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something. Or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Base, juror number 3. Wow, rude. Uh-oh. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. He's onto something. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Oh my god, they just fling fire into the scales? That's not fair. What if they want to take their vote back? What is happening here? What is their obsession with fire? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. Ah, the blackened. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one. Thank you for the resubscribe, Inside Out. I really appreciate it. I cannot believe it's been 5 months. Wow, and you already collected enough points for a game redeem? That's pretty impressive. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for hanging out with us, as always. One by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean...
Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
Ugh, now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Oh my goodness. Hello? Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Hello, Raiders. Hello, hello. How are you all? How was Forspoken, Soren's? Soren's tried a durian cookie today, and apparently he said it was not good. I just think that he's quite possibly biased because he is white. Totally white, super white. You know, so white that when he turns red, he's like a tomato. It tastes like the smell of feet. Well, I think durian tastes delicious. I don't even, like, I feel like because I've had it as a kid, I don't even know that I associate the smell with, like, something gross. It just smells like durian to me. Cancel me on Twitter then. Twit longer it. I will if you don't help me plan when we're going to be collabing, Sorens. I'll do it. I'll call you out. I'll call you out on Twitter. Anyways, how was Forspoken, you guys? Hold on. Let me see if I can go to here. Let me pull up his stream. Where is it? I was watching it at the beginning of this stream, actually. I started my stream late because the topic we were talking about was very interesting. So yeah. Durian is fine. The taste is okay, but the texture is what puts me off. It's kind of like custard, creamy custard. Streamer continues to bully mod, but just one mod specifically. Hold on. Let me go over to here. Oh, Tiny, hello. How are you? Welcome in. Hello, hello. I want the raid one. Yes, there it is. Okay. While this is on screen, let me turn this music off. Tiny, thanks for all the toy bones.
Good take where he said that he, early on, this was like 2 years ago, he was actually deep faked into some gay porn.
Oh yes.
And he was like, it was
we were on the topic of AI and deepfakes and all this other stuff. This is what I talked about when we were coming into my stream at the start, Sorens, because you talked about it and I was like, man, I'm still all gassed up about this stuff.
kind of fucking weird. Like,
why is this
weird mental
quality so bad? There it is.
He had to, this fucking goblin?
Much clearer.
He had to, like, keep an eye on that shit. And that's a very weird thing for people to say.
I was reading your message show and I was like, sexy. Okay, I guess. Consent is sexy. Yes, consent is very sexy.
They have to keep an eye on? I don't know, that's just me.
Whoa.
I don't think I can beat this. Just run.
Why are you running? You're such a chicken, Soren.
That's Charlie. He didn't say that, but I'm sure it would have been. I believe he said, like, when he first saw it, his reaction was like, oh, that's weird or funny or something like that. But I think, here's the thing. I think a lot of guys aren't. My take. Hey, what's up, Eve? How you doing? Soren's under-leveled again. I don't think I'm, leveled.
Oh, he's just getting whacked. So anyways, you guys, you should definitely give Sorens a follow and, you know, consider subscribing. Because he's cool. He has, like, despite how much I make fun, right, of Sorens. He's always very level-headed and is not quick to react to things, and I feel like when he presents an opinion, it is very much so from the viewpoint of I've heard both sides, I've heard the arguments, read it, and this is my feelings on it, but like also at the same time not in a way that's like attacking anyone, you know. Soren says get consent for sexing. Yes, get consent. I'm a strong, brave woman. Chat kept pulling my attention. Yes, also, he run no apology twitloggers from Soren. It's true. I feel like he's a very level-headed guy. And also, you know, great if you need advice. Cause, you know, he's basically like an old man at this point. I'm sorry, Soren. You're like one step into the grave. You're like, how old are you? I don't know if people actually know how old you are, but you're basically like super old. I assume anyone over 30 is like dead. So, you know. I'm in my prime. It's like all of the memes of like, you know, there's this, what was it? There was this like game where it was a kid going up to this old character, old man sprite, and it goes, you know, I'm 30. And the kid is like, you're an old man or something. I don't remember. It was very funny. I reference that a lot when I'm talking to Ever and her partner. It's hilarious. 30 is when your body just decides to shit itself and die, you know? What about Daddy Prosecutor? He's like 35 in the fame. Damn it! I did not think about reading your message before reading it out loud. Himbo Sholmes is too. They're basically like dead. You know, maybe I'm not into that anymore. Got him! God damn it. Also, hi guys, by the way, my name's Princess. If you don't know who I am from Soren's community, I am a variety streamer here on Twitch. Play a lot of Jump King. Obviously, we have a fun time here. Princess is say-so. I'm very pure and innocent. She swears upon it. It's true. It's true. But yeah, welcome in. Hi, hello. Tonight we're playing Great Ace Attorney. And we are defending a man who is accused of murder. And we were just learning about how they judge guilty or not guilty. So please join me. Princess hung out with me in New York City and called me mean names. This is a nightmare. I'm so guilty. Hello, Okachi Sakuna. Welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? I'm so guilty. I'm not guilty, but if the prosecutor calls for it, I'm guilty. Hello, Apple. How are you? Welcome in. Good evening. How's it going? I'm doing good. How's it going on your side? That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed. I did. Couldn't help it. Well, how's the night, you stinker? The night is going good. Going well. Wait, did I give you a shout out? I did, right? I think I did. Guys, if you haven't, please definitely try checking out Soren's again. We'll be collabing soon. I don't know when. We need to schedule it. I think Soren's is basically done with the prep. I wish I could have helped, but that would have been cheating. We are supposed to collab together soon on a very funny, like, pop quiz culture / guess this movie and actors. So, we'll see. There's no auto translator. Yeah, today is English because I feel like this is a hard topic to talk about in Japanese for me personally. So, done with the prep. Okay, if you're not done, that's fine. Thank you for the head pat, Apple. Just let me know what, you know, how much more time you need, because I don't want to pressure you. Totally okay if you're not ready yet. I'm gonna say this now. Recommend you to buy DLC for Xenoblade. I have yet to get to it, but I love some things it gives us. Mostly more story quests. We'll see, action. I think it's like another $20, $30 or something. I did not want to put that much money down on a game that I wasn't super sure I'd like yet. So far it's pretty good, but you know, we'll see. Embarrassed. The embarrassed princess dream. I'm embarrassed. Pat the cutie. Oh, thank you. He stabbed him, you say. And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. No worries, action. Do not apologize. Totally okay. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. He doesn't look that little. Like, if you look at the shoulders, it's like the same height. Unless Mr. Mason is also short. Do you need help with the prep? Reach out to him. He might. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife. Oh, a grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First! Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief! Yes, that's the one. That's the very one, sir. Is that? Oh, by the way, it looks like I think pre-roll ads are on right now. We should probably pause this real quick. I'm gonna go on like a be right back screen for however long the break is. Nah, I think it's fine. We're gonna run ads. I'm just gonna keep going. There's nothing super exciting, so I'm sorry. It's just I want to get rid of the pre-roll ads. So if you're not subscribed, apologies. It will be a short minute 30, and then you'll be back. Okay. Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Oh, please, no. What is that face? What is that face? I know, right? It's sick. Van Zieg's probably. M for Magnus, perhaps. Or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. What about, sir, Mr. Prosecutor, M for Mason? Did you ever think that it was this man's own knife that killed him? That's dark. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection.
But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. Like in Mason, hello? Yes, called it.
Objection.
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Or M for Princess Maraska. I might actually ping you for a few ideas. Good, you guys get together and talk. Make it hard, but not too hard, because again, I think you know how bad I am with these sorts of things. So go easy on me, you know? Ugh. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. Only one person I know with a murder book, just saying. But Brenda's bully is fun. Is it fun to bully me? Is it? I would say no. Thank you. I will not be taking questions at this time. Baby wants to walk away from your quiz with at least 1 point. It's true. Please, I would like to earn 1 point. Maybe put like either Henry Cavill or like a Chris Evans in there, because I could recognize Chris Evans. Maybe. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Ah, juror number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However... Oh no! Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. No thirst traps for you! Damn it. Put all the Chris's and see if she can differentiate. I cannot. Please don't do that. That would be so difficult. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. Goodness. Write that down, write that down! No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today, and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Oh no. Guys, we haven't had a chance to present conflicting evidence. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. You just gotta keep doing the same thing over and over again in the hopes that the results will be different. That just sounds crazy. And by the passenger, obviously, you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously, you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. There's no way. Down like that? No. That's wrong. Can we, like... Hello, Torrent. Good morning. How are you? Welcome in. Thanks for coming in today. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little longer. Gee up now, Silverblaze, the finish is in sight. Can we all just calm down? The only thing stopping me from losing is a little old lady. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Please be my one person. Madam Juror number 6. Oh, Inside Out took my glasses. I can't see. Hold on. Show says, objection, Your Honor. Our client is no longer in his villain. Is that arc or era? I can't tell. Look at them. They're just sitting there and staring at us menacingly. But yes, dear, what can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. You're using there too correctly. Wow, you really are quite blind. I can see the game because the text is really big on my computer screen, but the text on Twitch is like absolutely tiny. It's like ants. I can't see anything. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. It was a joke, but yeah. Wait, what was a joke? Oh, I see. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? I don't think I can ever get used to Princess's model without glasses. It's weird. Hold on. Sorry. Glasses back on. I think I saw my model flash. I think the glasses are back. Oh, I can finally see again. It's weird, right? Like, my face without the glasses, like, that's it. I just removed the glasses and saved the model, but it looks so different without the glasses. It's kind of funny, actually. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is. What kind of a man he is? The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the Crows. McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest so his victims have no hope of repaying him. That's how it is when I see my younger sister too. I'm so used to her glasses that when she isn't wearing them, it makes me feel like there is something missing. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madame. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? And that's why you have an unbiased jury. Not like the, what was it, juror number 3? I hate rich people. He's guilty. Flame up. Hilarious, though. I mean, eat the rich, for real. You're not saying that. The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! Damn it! Inside Out did it again. He stole my glasses. Just spending all the points I see. He has points to spare. My goodness. I'm just gonna get real close to the computer screen. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. But there is a saying that dead people don't pay debts. So, I mean, if someone owes you a debt, you're not necessarily gonna want to kill them. I mean, yes, hurt them real bad for sure, but kill them? You can't collect from a dead body. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. It's fun. If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim? Hurt them real bad, sure. Is this motherfucker drinking wine in court? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice in a court of law. This man just straight up drinking wine in a courtroom. Aha, there it is! Lord Van Zeek's hollow chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. Are you sure that's wine? I mean, what else could it be? Juice? Kinda want juice. I don't have anything sweet. Oh, thank God. I saw my model flicker. Glasses are back. I don't have any juice at home. Maybe I should... No, I want juice now. Maybe I'll get juice with Ever on Friday. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Get boba. Boba is also delicious, but not the same as juice. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. What is your problem, dude? A marvelous toast, Council. I will gladly accept this new evidence. A catalog of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest. It includes the victim who owed 20 guineas. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. No, please stop. I'm not done. I'm not ready. Don't do it. Still, everyone's not even casually racist, just blatantly racist. Boba is just tea juice. I mean, I guess. No! Maybe it's all for the best. No, please stop, 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 stop. I don't stand for nonsense. No! Oh my god. How can you all put your thing in without hearing everything yet? You haven't heard everything. There was evidence. God damn it. Alright. Inside Out just spamming the glasses, stealing, redeem. I hope that's... I mean, it's expensive. It's like 5,000 points. How many points do you have to steal glasses Inside Out? Oh, Inside Out có bao nhiêu point để em lấy glasses của em. What's glasses? Glasses. Mắt kiến is glasses. Inside Out nói có nhiều point. Bây giờ sắp 1 phút rồi. Chỉ 1 phút nữa sẽ xong nói tiếng Việt. Thì em sẽ em sẽ chơi game again. I'm having a great time. Inside Out nói bây giờ rất là vui mà em Princess không có vui tại tiếng Việt không có biết nói tiếng Việt nhiều. Sounds like kid presenting in front of class. Torrent, bây giờ Torrent make fun of em. Xong chưa? Sắp xong rồi. Okay, it's been 2 minutes. My goodness. Oh my goodness, that was hard. I can't speak Vietnamese for that long. It does sound like a kid presenting in front of class because I don't know how to speak English. It's hard, you guys. Speaking English is very hard. Hold on. 1 second. Okay. What about this one? Okay, cool. Back from the shower. Welcome back, Action Production. Wait, are my glasses back? They are back. I can put them back on now. That was it. The last juror's decision. Can't speak English, so speak more Vietnamese. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... Okay, what's your footnote? Please tell us right now what the footnote is. We are in great need to know, like, right now. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial. By delivering my final verdict, I trust there are no objections. Susato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes. You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense. What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Oh, steel glasses again, I see. Oops, sorry, just hit my microphone. How does this game work? Well, we are supposed to cross-examine, so is it your fault if he goes to jail forever? It is. Because we are his lawyer. The defense will cry. I can't, I literally can barely see anything. Okay. Then the footnote said, there's 1/5 of, that's 1/5 of a game redeem. Oh, that many times that Inside Out redeem stuff? Yeah, just spending points like nobody's business, you know? Truly. However, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. What does that mean? A summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Ah! Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. True, with the Vietnam English. Oh, yes. Yes. Just spending the points, you know? What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination? Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions, and it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Oh, glasses are back. Okay. Ooh, Nice, I can actually read now. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. How has no one read this footnote before? If I was Naruhodo, I'd tell Van Zieks to nip on these. Inside out. How dare you make me laugh like that? But that procedure became something of a formality with no practice. Where'd Hermes go? Hermes? Hi, baby. Hi. Were you about to jump on the couch? Oh, baby. Look at you. Look at you. So adorably stinky. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Were you able to reclaim your sweater, or is it Hermes' property now? I mean, he puts his head on it like a pillow, and then he jumps off, and then he just leaves it on the couch, so it's not a big deal for me. I just get a whole bunch of Hermes hairs when I wear my sweaters to work. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? You're just scared, prosecutor, that we can turn the case around. Exactly. You are just scared that we can convince people to, you know, be on our side. Oh, pre-rolls are about to come off, so I will be running a minute and 30-second ad. We will keep going, but you'll be back soon. If you see ads, it won't be for too long. Okay, running an ad. I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination, our last possible option. I would simply not see the ads by subscribing. Exactly. If you are subscribed, you can enjoy ad-free viewing. Assert our right, of course. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. I gotta go to bed. Good night, Chrono! Go to bed! Wow, that's early. Let me tuck you in. Early for once. Not napping for once. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate you, Chrono. Action, thank you for tucking Chrono in. I appreciate that. We should look at our evidence because we haven't seen stuff yet. Okay, so armband, defense lawyer, so we got the Empire of Japan, autopsy report. It says 10 to 11, stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Internal hemorrhaging. Okay, a missing button. Just on the right hand. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Okay. Okay, so that was the seat. So if you sat here, why can't I see it from... So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? But I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Okay, so if they were sitting here, that would make sense. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder, it's horrible. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. What's this? That's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower! It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Okay, so Crystal Tower, door. What's this? This seat has a handle, it seems. Okay, you can put belongings in there. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes, feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure.
Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway.
Okay, and there's no store. Okay. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it?
Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck.
And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. Okay, so just the one thing, and that's it.
Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then.
So, where was the driver? Was the driver here? Is the driver? Oh, the driver sits up here? How could he have seen it from here? There's no way. Even if he looked this way, they weren't sitting here. They were sitting against the driver's seat. Okay, so we need to ask how that guy could have seen it.
That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades.
Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist.
That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul! That's not a blade, it's my best friend's soul, so Hermes, don't dig into the couch like that. Buddy, what are you doing, my sweet boy? Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Bloody. Super bloody. So bloody. Ugh, that looks like a lot of blood.
It surely is blood, the victim's.
An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I do understand.
Was that the sheath again? Oh, an ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial.
And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think.
Ah!
What is it?
Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything!
A W?
Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it.
I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I am sure of is that this is an M.
No, it could be a W. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. No, it could be a W. Why does she think? Why is she so sure that it's an M and not a W? Is there anything hidden? No. Okay. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry.
Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder.
I assure you, we will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside.
Well, let's see what we find.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness!
What is it?
Look at this! Do you see the name here?
Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment.
Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
Okay. There we go. I was thinking that maybe one of them was in there. I'm glad that I checked that. How tall is he? Do we not have a kind of like, does the autopsy report have his height? No, it doesn't. Okay, never mind then. Okay. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far, and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. And now you know this was all predetermined for you to learn this game mechanic. Of jury summation? Is this gonna happen more? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. Each Ace Attorney has its own unique mechanic introduced to the series. Juror summation is this game's mechanic. Gotcha. You know, I never realized, I guess I didn't pay attention too well to the other games then. And see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. All right, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. To be fair, you only played the OG trilogy, so maybe it wasn't as noticeable. Also, the dance of deduction. What is the dance of deduction? Is that which I guess replaces the Magatama from the old games. I don't remember what the Magatama did either. I'll be honest, I have like a very vague recollection of the series. You did it in the previous case. Oh, when it was Herlock and oh, the Sherlock thing. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. That makes sense. Can we start proceedings, Counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Look at him standing there with his best friend's soul. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. Oh, we can press. Okay. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. A single penny can mean the difference between life and death after all, can't it? That's a saying in your country? My point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir. Does that bench really need any more polishing? So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilded in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish. Now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the juror's statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. If you notice an inconsistency in what 2 different jurors are saying, I should expose it by pitting them against each other. Yes, let's see if I can do just that. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. Careful. You could hurt somebody with that. Tch, you're a fine one to talk. What of that sword hanging from your waist? No, that's just my battered soul. Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same. All stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes. You mark my words. That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad, man? We know the small shorty is a rotten Shylock. Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but... Mr. Naruhodo, please be careful what you say. If he's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate, then as far as I'm concerned, he's as guilty as sin. The man can hang. Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhand activities? If you've thought of something, Mr. Naruhodo, don't let it go. Test your theory. Pit the 2 jurors whose statements seem to be contradictory against each other. No time like the present to use why to pit them against each other, or I'll never get anywhere. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. Eat the rich! Holding a throwing knife is true. Eat the rich! Actually though, juror number 3, big mood, big mood. What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. I should have thought it was obvious. I am recording everything that takes place as part of these proceedings. And what have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted derisively at your remarks 7 times in total. And I might add, each time you have gawped like a simpleton. Thank you. And what's the point exactly? So anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? That is a conclusion I have drawn as a result of the copious notes I have typed. Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note-taking. This is going nowhere. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. So that's incorrect because a 20 pence ride would be 4 times 5 customers. So does that mean there was a 5th person? Or did the man raise his prices? Stabbing that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief. Okay, so I know who to pit against each other first. Okay. Just skip through. I don't need to read this. Doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in such a situation. Shall I read you what I found out? It is a little long. Not right now. It's fine. If I have to rely on advice right from the start, how will I get on later? No, I need to work this out for myself now. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How did you know? Well, that sort of attitude is most admirable, Mr. Naruhojo. I know what I have to do. Let's listen to those assertions one more time. Assertions. Okay. This is incorrect.
Objection.
Oh, okay. So you can go backwards and forwards when you're pitting, so you can see their statements on the screen. Okay. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. He's got the spirit! He's walking around! Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each if you do the multiplication. It would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night. It's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious! This can't be right! The coachman of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let nefarious characters ride his omnibus. All right then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end? I love her, like, animation of looking through the book. It's very cute. Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! Shouldn't it be 2 flames? Because that only balances the one flame that he... I don't understand. I don't understand. Ugh, this is all very irritating. When I first played this, I thought the fact that they animated him walking was so cool. These guys are insane. They are definitely... Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Oh, and the seats behind them changed the paneling. Interesting. For the love of Mike, not you as well! A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. And for maybe number 2, but I have yet to see it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly, you can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. The only person we haven't, oh, I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. So, we haven't pressed the old lady, I think. Hello, just dropping by to say hi. Have a good stream. Thank you, Gogglehead, for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. It's nice seeing you. So we have to find the only lady we haven't pressed is the old lady, so I think I'm gonna do that. Okay. So I was going to press her.
Hold it!
I really think you should stop waving that needle around. You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this. Yes, that is what he said, you're right. The Gilded Park is such a lovely little place, too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting. And I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Whoever would have thought he was a miserable murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse? Oh, help. She's as sure can be that he's guilty now. The old lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Doing some research to help us navigate. Nope. Not right now. We're good. How do I... There we go. Okay. It's B to make that go faster. Oh, I can go back. Okay. No one else. This is the one, right? Stuck the chap next to him just like this. Oh, just like this. And then the lady says it's on the floor. Which would be a contradiction. Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. I see the contradiction. You got it! Thank you, Inside Out. What? Explain, counsel, post haste! Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. Did you say she was knitting a jumper for her grandson? Now why is she saying she's doing it for her other half, which would imply it's her husband? What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? She finished that other one, presumably. Oh, oh, I see. She knits fast. I see. We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What, can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? This part that got AA fans so excited. A walking animation. Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it. It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. To be honest, I wonder where that granny got the idea the man was stabbed on the floor when there's a picture of a knife in his gut. I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. That is so racist. What the fuck? If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all of this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that? Well, in fact, juror number 1, it's because the man was only stabbed once. You racist motherfuckers can't use race as a reason to go against us. Very true. Oh shoot, pre-rolls are on. I'm gonna run an ad while we go through this part of the thing. So, guys, this is a great chance. If you don't want ads, you should consider subscribing to this channel. Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. Well, what are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So, where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable, hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by... stabbed once. Okay.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different ways. All right, I concede defeat. Oh. How the turntables. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. Tilo, good night. Thank you for coming through. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night. Let me give you a little tuck into bed here. Hello. Tucky tuck. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. I hope you're a tight little burrito when you go to bed. Night. We've won. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor sharp. Why is he just licking that blade? That is so disgusting. And shave every last hair off his head. Wow, that is that's gross. Please tell me he's a barber. Disgusting. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Knife Romance 2.0. Afitas, hello, welcome in. How are you? Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you may be. Hello, welcome in. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue. How would you feel about the animation if it was Van Zieg's? No comment. I plead the fifth. I hereby ask the defense. It's very early morning here, but thank you, of course. Well then, good morning. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for joining us on this bright and early Wednesday morning. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. What is he drinking? That cannot be acceptable. That has to be like wine or something, no? Oh god, he just crushed it in his hand. Okay. Having savored the rich aroma, he just broke his hollow chalice of the carmine contents of this. Is it carmine? Contents of this hallowed chalice. It's cranberry juice. It's cranberry juice. It may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. He's getting turned. Lord Van Zeeks! Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, what is with this zoom in? Let us proceed to the next round of battle. Ah, he's taken off his cape. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Not a very good hat maker. They want you to get really close. I mean, apparently. They really wanted us uber close. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo? Yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio dio. Beppo is such a funny name, and I don't even know why. I think Beppo is like a very cute name. It's just cute. It's 2 syllables. Beppo. Beppo. It's just fun to say. It is very fun. It just, you know, it's the B and the P syllable. Beppo. It's just like very solid. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. But, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself! I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging your passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo! A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the results come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings have already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Okay, so we're just gonna press.
Hold it!
So, there were only. Sorry, 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible. I just wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect. I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board? It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the Phantom Killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. Okay, they're normal. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming. Even when I'm eating. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering him before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there were only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. Just a heads up, there will always be a exclamation point. Oh, okay. Has something to say during someone else, just so you don't need to keep checking all the witnesses for filming. Okay, I was scared that I was gonna miss a witness reaction, so that's good to know that I just have to look for an exclamation point. Thank you for making my life easier. Show's just like, this bitch keeps checking to see if their faces are different. When she don't have to. Let me just tell her she's completely wrong. What's this? Oh no, Gunny! Hello! You are not the first person to steal glasses today. I'm very upset that my glasses keep getting stolen. Hello, how are you, Gunny? How was, were you playing Xenoblade? I think you were? Yes, Xenoblade Chronicles. How was that today? I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then, when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. Thank you for the box, Afitas. I did. I finished it. I had a good time. Beautiful story. Gotcha. Glad that it was a good time and glad that you were able to finish it. I can't wait to see what Xenoblade brings on my journey as I go through the game. When it happened more than once, I was like, oh, she doesn't know. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you for telling me. I know you didn't mean it in a mean way. I just said it in a mean way because I would probably say that to myself, like, wow, you dumb. Why didn't you know this? I finished the trilogy of the Chronicles that you just started. Oh, I see. I'm happy that you were able to finish. Sorry, I can't read anything with my glasses off, Gunny. I'm having to squint to read your messages because my glasses are off. So, you know, yeah, there's that. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. I'm enjoying this too. God damn it, Gunny. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did, but oh, my glasses are back. I just saw my model. Nice, okay. But when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? What's this?
Excuse me.
Why is this man going crazy? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Also, it's very funny that Naruhodo's armband keeps slipping down because, as we know now, that's actually Kazuma's armband. So does that mean Kazuma just has, like, guns for days? It's a shame he's dead. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? I mean, it depends on where he's sitting. Kazuma works out. I mean, he does practice with his sword daily, you know? He swung his sword all the time. He got swole, right? That's what I'm saying. Princess thirsting over a dead man. Hello, Creed. Welcome in. I mean, I'm just saying, clearly Naruhodo has to adjust the armband every now and then. When Kazuma didn't really do that, he didn't fuss with his armband when we were on trial with him together, you know? So maybe he didn't see it either, and now he's, like, nervous and sweating. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. Princess, just noticing the important stuff, you know? It's a very important show. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me, I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what you saw exactly. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man?
Hold it!
Blood-soaked? Ahem. Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof? Through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This baker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker, a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Okay. 5 pence. Okay. Stab that man. Blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man. I mean, I wouldn't call this blood-soaked.
Objection!
It's just a little bit of a stain. Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soaked may be laying a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Ugh! Is he chewing on his cane? Can you guys hear that? Like a little chipmunk noise? Oh, the pre-roll ads are gonna be on now. So I'm gonna run a 1 and 30-second ad while we do this part of the cross-examination. Sorry, I promise it'll be fast. It's just a 1 and 30 seconds. So if you don't have a subscription, I will see you after the ads. Bye, guys. Let me just, has the ad started? Okay, the ad started. Princess, just noticing the important stuff. Well, I already read that stuff from show. I was like, new text? Nope, not new text. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah, but, no, that can't be right. So, you're the liar here then? Ugh. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, it was both hands! Ugh. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
Don't object. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. What is with that cool, like, little, like, wrist and hand pose? No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Ugh. Well, why? Why, I'm a city beggar, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. Don't lie, you like his sassy little pose. I do like his sassy little pose. You know, after this, I'm probably gonna spend like maybe an hour or two looking up fan art of fanfics. So, if y'all have any good fan art of Van Zeeks, I humbly request that you either tag me on Twitter or post it into the Discord, please. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defendant is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is the list of debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Ugh. Order! Order, Mr. Bruce Fairplay! Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir. On the assailant's hands. I think, yes, I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. I think I'm gonna go to bed now. Night, everyone. Good night, Action Production. Thank you so much for hanging out and coming in. I really appreciate it. Good night, good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. See you next time. Bye. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Whoa, what happened? Okay, we're fine. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment of the crime that was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's not really what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well, your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. Okay, so blood on both hands.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves of the defendant. The gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. Of course it matters. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as you well know. Oh, but for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it. I was just trying to save us some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby. That's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend. That's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. Oh, absolutely. What are you talking about? People lose their jobs over this bullshit. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife and I remember both the attacker's hands. You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilden's gloves has any signs of blood on it. My guy is going under the jail for embezzlement. True. Just, embezzle some funds here and there. It couldn't hurt anybody. I'm just gonna, take this and Bet it on the horses this weekend, you know, just win big. What's $1,000 here and there, you know? That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves. That's correct, sir, and I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands. This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything. You didn't see anything? Oh yes, sir, that is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? Huh, I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid, sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Yeah! Fact remains, can't have been anyone else inside that carriage. What if there was? And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember, I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Right, because there was 2 seats inside, why didn't they sit inside? Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in the cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. Not sure about these 2 witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to, depending on the angle that they were sitting and the bench. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Right here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Princess, you're in court. What did you do? Hello, Gov. I don't know. I didn't do anything. How are you, Gov? What are you up to? Welcome in. I'm innocent, I tell you. Absolutely innocent. Which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord, as you can see. The seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone... Sorry, wrong voice. In other words, if someone had been sitting in that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Ah! I'll be good. How are you? I'm doing good. It's a good Tuesday. It's kind of cold, but I mean, I feel like after February, it starts to pick up a little bit. I'm excited about this weekend. We're gonna be baking some cookies, decorating some cookies, so can't beat that, I don't think. It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't. I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I don't have any idea. What the fuck? There's nobody else. I have no idea. I have literally no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look into the sky. You will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on. This isn't just a case of going on, Miss Susato. All right then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. Oh look, his hollowed chalice is back. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. How are you and the dogs, Gov? You guys doing well? What's the weather like over there? A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was... Why? There is nobody. Oh! What if it was Magnus who sat there and the person that they could see was not Magnus at all? Okay.
Take that!
That makes sense. That would make sense, right? The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witness on the roof failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant. Makes sense when the game won't give you any other option. True. Oh my god. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Okay. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. Doggos are good, causing chaos as usual. It's been pretty nice here. Like low 50s. I can't complain. Oof, that's cold. I think it's been like maybe 60s here in California. Still cold for me, but not super, like, not freezing cold. Not like I gotta turn my heater on cold.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they definitely remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Order? Order? What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes, the tops of their heads were obscured by the roof, and I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. He was sleeping. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. that the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Well, yeah, he said he falls asleep when he's in the carriage, right? He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order? There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will already have made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Man his testimony. I feel like that might help, right? Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The neighbor's dog is very scared of Sugar now. They got into a fight a couple months ago, and now their doggo won't even come close. Oh, that's really sad, Gov. Is there not a way of, like, introducing Sugar to, like, the neighbor's dogs again in, like, a safe environment? That sucks. Oh, I hate when dogs fight. Hermes is dumb and he just gets picked on when we go to the dog park, but I don't think he's ever been like in a fight with anyone, so I'm sorry. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. If the neighbors were better people, that could be an option. They're not very kind. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah, you do need cooperation on both sides to do something like that. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Okay. I'm actually gonna call it here because it is almost 11:30. Let's save Mr. McGilded's testimony for next week. Because man, I am getting tired. I have been streaming for like 4 hours. That's quite a long time. Let me move back to here. And my music? Of course, Gov. Thanks for coming by. I want to say, let's see here. Thank you to Inside Out for the resubscribe. I really appreciate that. It's been 5 months. I cannot believe it. And Sorens, thank you for the raid. Thank you for always coming through with your community. Thank you for hanging out with me, Gov, Show, Inside Out, Action Production, Corono, Gunny, Afitas, I think you also came in today, and Okachi Sakuna, I believe. Yeah, I really appreciate it, you guys. Oh, Tilo and Gogglehead also came through. So did LJ, Martine. Sev was also here. Creed, of course. I think that's almost everyone. So thank you you guys. I really appreciate it. Tomorrow, I believe on my schedule, I have sorry. I have more Jump King. So if you're interested in that, please come by. Who can we raid here? Who is on? We have Skyen, Starry, GXP Streams, Ellie Berry, Pixie D, Alex is playing Final Fantasy. Who's playing Great Ace Attorney? Not a VTuber. But they did just start. It looks like they did just start the game, so it might be fun to see how they're liking it. Not 100% sure. Nope, you know what? It's fine. We're gonna raid this person who is currently playing Great Ace Attorney. We get to see our good friend, Azuma. So, Kazuma. No. Yes, Kazuma Asogi. I was like, what the fuck's his name again? Oops. If you have a subscription, please, if you would like to join in, copy this raid message and join me in this raid. If you don't have a sub, you are more than welcome to join with these cute Twitch cutouts. You know, because it's cute and I love it. I'm gonna start this raid. His name is Uno Raptor Mon. What an interesting name. All right, you guys. As always, please be happy. Please be healthy, but most of all, please be kind. Be kind to others because you never know what a smile, hug, or hello can do for someone who's having a bad day. And be kind to yourselves. Stay hydrated. Make sure you are getting up and stretching every once in a while. You know, go outside, touch some grass, smell some rose directly from the rose bush. And yeah, I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Don't forget, we are doing a baking stream this Sunday for Valentine's Day. It will be at 2 p.m. Pacific time will be the start. And if I don't see you tomorrow or sometime this week, oh no, he's only follower or subscriber chat. Sorry. We're gonna raid someone else. I don't do subscriber or follower only chat. Who can we raid then? Like, I get it. I get why they do it. I definitely understand. That's not the problem. The problem is I don't want to drop you guys in and not be able to, like, talk to the person before you have a chance to decide if you want to follow or not. Who can we raid? You know what? It's kind of late, and not a lot of like close friends are really streaming right now, so I think I'll probably just end it here and have you guys disperse for the night. Yeah, I think we'll do that. All right, you guys, I love you. Please, please, please take care of yourselves. If I see you tomorrow, I hope to enjoy some Jump King with you all. And if not, try to make it for Sunday, because I think that will be very, very fun. But if not, that's fine too. I'll see you guys all later. Good night, my puppies. I love you. Bye.